Bonjour, bonjour. Allez, on est parti. Alors, présent.
Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are? Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember?
Je cherche. Biologue. Ah, ça fait mon. Ok. Ah, ça change les bonus, d'accord. C'était de tolérance à la douleur. Ok. Le feu, non. Ouais, ça.
Oh, you're an archaeologist? Then you'll definitely want to hear this. I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for, but there are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured, or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him, so I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him. If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please? Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy, I just... What do you want to know? Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean? Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you.
Connaître.
All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen. You're welcome. Always happy to help. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is. You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber.
Ok.
Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al... What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me. Great. So you're ready to go look for Al?
Oui,
Thank
allez.
you. The entrance
On va
is just
sauver,
past those
Al.
columns behind you. Please, hurry. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
Ok. On peut pas s'échapper du chemin. Quoi?
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads,
Oh, putain.
"You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation, or a warning. Al Worth.
Qui c'est qui me parle? Il y avait quelqu'un qui me parlait en plus. J'ai pas envie de rater quelque chose, quoi. Ah. Mais faire attention. Commandant militaire romain qui essaie de fuir précipitamment quelque chose. Un légionnaire romain terrifié. Très bonne intro, hein. Déjà là, je suis direct dedans. Direct j'aime bien. Là. Une femme romaine qui semble prier pour recevoir une aide qui n'arrivera jamais. Oh! On peut les... Ah, je peux sauter avec ça. Statue dorée d'un vieil homme aux vêtements modernes. Il doit s'agir d'Al, mais comment est-ce possible? C'est ça. Bite de pierre gravée.
Whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, that you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only two options. Death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now and find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Je pense qu'on va traverser cette porte. Hein. Tant pis. Hein. Une jeune femme romaine en pleine panique. Ouais. Non, mais finalement non. Un Romain à genoux, comme s'il implorait la pitié des dieux. Non, mais si, allez, c'est parti. Relief romain représentant un grand portail circulaire et deux femmes. Je me demande qui elles peuvent être. C'est stylé.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Bon, si je dis que je viens du futur, on va me prendre pour un taré. Sanctuaire.
Yeah, you know, agricultural goddess of springtime? You're not from around here, are you? Oh, I see what you did there, changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again, who are you, and what were you doing in the shrine?
Bah, je crois que je vais être obligé de mentir. Hein. Avant, je lui ai demandé, il parle anglais?
What? I'm speaking Latin. You are too, although your accent's a little strange. And you've just done it again. You're a sly one, aren't you? One more time. Who are you, and what were you doing in that shrine? Oh, is that right? Well, just make sure you don't get lost in any other sacred places you're not supposed to be. Can't have you disrespecting the gods by accident, can we now? But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine.
Les lois?
Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule, and the punishment for breaking it's, well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, are you coming?
Ouais, bah ouais.
Follow
Ouais,
me.
on va le suivre.
When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your pretty new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking her to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her, if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo.
Je vais
Most
tout
of us
oublier.
have almost nothing. Just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live. So don't expect a warm welcome.
Galerius, you're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please.
Bon, pour l'instant, on va se laisser porter. On va pas faire de tâches.
Understand right now is the golden rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you,
Ugh, this place has
you're in
become a
for rude
thoroughfare.
shock. Because the Golden Rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. He's up these stairs.
Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing god who's watching everything we do. But what kind of an awful, incompetent god would let my sister go missing on his or her watch? Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought.
Wow, c'est ça.
I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into behaving. I suppose we will. I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate.
Ouais, j'aurais peut-être
But
dû
you'd
commencer par
know
là.
that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here, and why are you dressed like that? Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive mastery of our customs. Now, remind me, why are we having this conversation? Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it? Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened to
Ok,
Scintilla.
Scintilla, elle,
Wish you
elle est
mouth
partie.
readers would just leave me alone. I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the harpies? It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy. In love.
Oh, j'ai envie de
We
noter des
went
trucs
into
là
our
parce que
rooms,
ça va être compliqué.
I went to sleep, and when I woke up, she was gone. That's it.
Je vais noter des trucs. J'ai des papiers. Peut-être. Donc on a Sentis. Alors elle c'est Cynthia. Donc il y a bon il y a quelqu'un en haut là, il y a le chef. Et donc il y a Cynthia. Et sa sœur Scintilla. Et elle s'est enfuie il y a 3 semaines. Très bien.
I think so, yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity a secret, even from me.
Pourquoi elle le cachait?
Because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her attachment to some mystery man might have ruined those plans.
Est-ce que son maman peut être
I
impliquée?
don't know, But it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he hasn't come forward. That might speak to a guilty conscience. All I know is, whoever he is, he's still here in the city.
Oui, puisque personne d'autre n'a disparu.
Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa, wasting energy? I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance.
Ouais, pourquoi pas.
Ugh, you're awful. Get out of my villa and
Merde.
never speak to me again.
Bon. Tant pis pour Cynthia. On va parler au padre. Le magistrat Sentius. Donc c'est Sentius.
We're finally alone. I assume you already
Comment ça,
know
enfin, je viens
who I
d'arriver.
am. May I know your name? A curious name to match a curious accent. But I digress. I see you have the piercing and astute eyes of Athena. You must be a woman of
Comment on est
great
une femme?
learning. We're always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Equitia will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago.
Ça a été bâti il y a longtemps. Bon, c'est magnifique.
More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin?
Bon, j'avoue que non, hein, c'est
Nor could
exceptionnel. Hein.
I, until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away.
Prospérine, un truc comme ça, elle m'a envoyé. Ah ouais, qu'est-ce qui est considéré comme péché?
There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen.
Ouais.
And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries.
Bien sûr qu'on a envie de lui dire ça, mais là, on est face à lui, c'est pas une bonne idée. Là, ça me paraît logique.
I'm glad you
Tranquille.
agree. The key things to remember are that we have laws forbidding treason and blasphemy, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson and so on. I have made my pronouncement on
Oui,
the subject.
on a compris.
Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies. in the shadows.
Comme votre fille,
I
quoi.
would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you.
Ah non, c'est Proserpine. Que vouliez-vous dire par je suis ici sur ordre de Proserpine? Ça
You
m'intéresse.
see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time, do you?
Oh, c'est rien que je lui cache, il le sait, là, pour le coup.
2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please, tell me, in your time, what did you
Et
see?
surtout son or, hein.
What had become of us? Of this city?
Là, je sais pas si je lui dis. Parce que bon, ce brave Sanctus, je fais pas confiance. Ouais.
Lie all you want, but I see the truth in your
Ouais, arrête.
All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future? I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you?
Attends, si je suis en train de réaliser le rituel, je vais tout y perdre. Je devrais veiller à ce que je n'ai nul besoin de l'utiliser. Ok, ouais, évite. Ouais, mais
Well,
bon.
I
Ouais.
suppose that's all I can ask for. Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot. Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better.
Pourquoi pas lui?
Me? Why would you suspect me? I've just told you. I'm about to sacrifice my own life to ensure these people have a second chance. What reason could you possibly have to suspect me, of all people?
Suivre donc les pistes.
I'm glad you think so. Without trust, without each other, we won't be able to prevent what is about to happen.
Ouais, la disparition de Cynthia.
Ah, so you know about that already. It's a devastating loss, of course, but that was over 3 weeks ago, and whatever happened to her, it didn't break the golden rule, so I don't think it's connected with our imminent demise. Still, if you happen to find her and return her to me, I would be eternally grateful. Well, all right. There are those who wish to vote me out of office so that they can pursue their own misguided political agenda. Frankly, their selfishness and recklessness risk destabilizing the entire city. I would be looking very carefully at them if I were you.
Donc il y a des adversaires politiques, on sait pas qui c'est, mais bon. Ouais.
If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain.
Oui.
If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the golden rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense?
Ouais, bon, ok.
Ah,
Très bien.
so, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the golden rule?
Oui.
Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately. Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo.
Lucretia, sanctuaire
I
d'Apollon.
heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Si je reparle là, qu'est-ce que...
Ah, you've returned. Do you have any news about your investigation? Of course. What is it?
Ah oui, donc ça c'est ce que je dirais quand je saurai.
Why then did you say... Oh, it doesn't matter. It looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask? Ask then. Good. Now, was there something else you wanted to discuss? If I did, I'd have led these people out of here already.
Ils sont quand même tous bloqués, ouais. Enfin, lui il dit en tout cas qu'il a pas choisi. Quelle est votre histoire?
Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name, though magistrate is the proper way to address me. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians. It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command. This was my uniform.
Qu'on puisse utiliser.
As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, But today, I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you, so it seemed prudent. My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge. Now the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways in every direction. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger. I went looking for my horse and discovered that lonely temple. You can probably figure out the rest. I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been growing agitation for another election. They're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner, hoping it would placate my constituents. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened certain elements instead. Very well. I've had plenty of time to think about it. Let me see if I can sum up my thoughts. I've always considered my guiding star to be the well-being of the Roman people. Our survival and prosperity have always hinged upon honoring the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. Give the gods what they want and we all prosper. Dishonor them and we all die. It's as simple as that. The real enemy in this place is not the golden rule, but human failings. The temptation to slide into degeneracy, greed, and hubris. I trust that answers your question. Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
Bon. Du coup, ça craint un peu que je me sois pas bien entendu avec Cynthia, là. Oui, oui. Il m'a donné l'autorisation, mon bro, donc... Non. Non, je ne vole pas, moi. Un petit sanctuaire domestique où les habitants de la Rome antique priaient quotidiennement pour être protégés. Ah, si je vole, je les tue tous, quoi. C'est... Ah, note de Cynthia. Ah, ça c'est intéressant, ça. Ah, Cynthia, j'ai l'intention de... Puis Jupiter, Optimus, Maximus, continuez à vous protéger et à vous guider. Je vous remercie d'avoir fait de moi votre fille et pour cet adorable pendentif que vous m'avez offert pour mon anniversaire. Pendentif. On sait jamais. Je promets de le porter à chaque instant, ouais. Je me sens si chanceuse de vous avoir comme père et d'avoir Cynthia comme sœur. Ça, j'avais compris. Je suppose que l'élection du mois prochain vous rend nerveux, mais si vous parvenez à leur montrer l'homme fort et droit que vous êtes, vous serez réélu, j'en suis certaine. Ok. Il n'y a pas de page suivante. Non mais je suis désolé Cynthia. Oh mais non mais fallait pas le prendre comme ça. Eh salut Cahouette. Non mais j'ai besoin de te poser des questions là. Bon en fait elle m'a déjà dit des trucs mais... Comment cela va-t-il Cahouette? Voilà. C'est ce que j'en ai à foutre. Je connais pas ce jeu, tu mènes l'enquête? Ouais, c'est ça. A priori, ils vont. Enfin, s'il y a quelqu'un qui fait un crime, ils meurent tous. Et ils vont bientôt tous mourir. Et il faut trouver qui va faire le crime. Je viens de commencer, donc je te spoil rien. Enfin, je te spoil genre les 10 premières minutes. Quoi. Ah ça. Aujourd'hui, mon père m'a écrit un journal pour m'occuper le temps de faire face à la disparition soudaine et bouleversante de ma sœur. En tant que fille obéissante, je vais m'exécuter et les pages qui suivent renferment mes secrets les plus intimes. Non mais Kawet, fais pas ça. Donc bah, Cynthia, elle me parlait de ses secrets les plus intimes. Je sais que vous me lisez, père, mais non, eh oui, ça n'est pas si simple. Finesse n'est pas synonyme de crédulité, tout le monde a le droit à ses secrets. Et puis maintenant, ben, elle veut plus me parler parce que j'ai essayé de la bluffer. Donc c'est la merde. Ah, il y a un mode lecture. Ah. Ouais, bon, d'accord, super. Non. Pas voler, sinon je les tue tous.
On your best behavior, I trust?
Eh ben, Horacius, justement.
What now? I'm a legionary of the 1st Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should say. And the others, and making sure they're all behaving. I also keep a register of new arrivals.
On apprend pas grand chose. Combien
I'm from
était
Liguria, up north originally. I was doing alright for myself. 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl. And pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. People were screaming, trampling each other. Then some Genetricum fugitive tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river. And then, nothing. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far downriver. But I'm fortunate to be alive, I suppose.
Il parle d'un pendentif. Bon, il se trouve qu'un pendentif, il y a Saintius qu'il a offert à sa fille Scintilla un peu avant qu'elle disparaisse. Est-ce que c'est le même pendentif? Peut-être. Il se les fait voler. Et à ce moment-là, il a atterri là. Et du coup, le pendentif, peut-être... C'est un jeu d'outsider, ça, j'ai reconnu. Un jeu d'outsider, je sais pas, c'est un jeu indé, je crois. Mais oui, en tout cas, les gens qui ont joué ont bien aimé. Et en vrai, jusque-là, je trouve ça cool. Ça fait un peu Cluedo solo en jeu vidéo, mais avec des romans, quoi. C'est cool.
Ah, don't be. As Seneca the Younger said, difficulty strengthens the mind, as labor does the body. That said, Scintilla's disappearance has been more difficult than I'd care to admit.
Bon, ok, le magistrat, qu'est-ce qu'il en
He's one of the
pense?
better commanders I've ever had.
Ouais,
That's for sure. Good stoic. Lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you.
Ah, mais toi, t'es un
Can't ask for
convaincu,
much
toi.
more than that.
Moi, je lui fais pas confiance au magistrat, mais toi, t'es un convaincu.
I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. But I learned how to accept my situation. To bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. That's from Seneca the Younger, if you're interested.
Ouais, bon, avec tes citations, toi. Ouais, le registre.
I don't see why not. Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow.
D'accord, il me le donne direct. Alors. Ah bah on va tout noter. Hein. Alors là. Donc Aurélia, je l'ai pas. Il y en a beaucoup. Ok, on va pas tout noter. On va vraiment pas tout noter, il y en a beaucoup trop. What the fuck. Bon, non. Mais est-ce qu'il y a des trucs stylés? Il y a quoi? Il y a étranger. Classe étranger. Attention. Oui, dans les déchets. Ok. Ouais, bah, je vais le prendre et puis en fait ça fait mes notes à ma place quoi. Merci. On verra plus tard. Que pensez-vous de la règle d'or? Ouais. Mais en fait, de toute façon, vu que je l'ai, je pense que avant de parler à chaque personne, je vais regarder ce qu'il y a écrit dessus et comme ça, je saurai à peu près à qui je parle avant de lui parler et ce que le magistrat en pense du coup a priori. Mais bon, le magistrat, il est là en mode oui, ah oui non mais si vraiment, fais attention à ce que tout le monde respecte tout bien parce que voilà, non mais alors j'en peux déjà plus de lui. Ou la règle d'or. Ce qu'il en pense. Mais lui, c'est un convaincu.
Divine version of the practice of decimation in the Legion. By threatening to execute 1 in 10 men, the idea is to ensure order and discipline among everyone. And it works. If you knew you could be executed because your brother-in-arms is planning a mutiny, well, you'd bloody well watch him like 100-eyed Argus, wouldn't you? Because your only chance of saving yourself is to stop bad things before they happen.
Ouais, non mais ouais, le magistrat. Mais après, je pense que c'est la cible facile. T'as tout de suite envie de le cibler. Je viens, c'est ça. Qu'est-ce qui est favorable?
I was forced to execute my brothers in arms, and those memories will always visit me in my sleep. But life is harsh. And I've come to accept my lot. As with the Golden Rule, I don't have any control over it. So railing against it would be like trying to stop the seasons or the tides. As Seneca the Younger wrote.
Il recommence avec citation. Il fait citation sur citation.
Not to amuse ourselves with either hopes or fears, but to rest satisfied with what we have, which is sufficient. For he that is so wants nothing.
Je lui dire.
War crime. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? As Cicero said, in times of war, the law is silent.
Ah, nos mondes sont très différents. Les crimes de guerre, c'est ridicule.
If you like.
Stylé. Très stylé. Qu'allez-vous voter? Enfin, il va voter pour Sentius, quoi.
My loyalty is and always will be with Sentius. Unfortunately, I don't think my vote is going to make any difference today. See, Domitius has been going around town.
Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Oh, bah rien.
Bribery and intimidation. The man's a savage, but he's a gladiator, so people fear and respect him more than they should. Sentius knows about it, of course.
Ah, mais c'est l'adversaire politique.
This place will be different with that sleaze at the helm. But I try not to worry about things I can't change.
J'ai pas bien lu. Mais j'essaie de pas me soucier des choses que je ne peux pas changer, c'est temps avec ce fumier comme dirigeant. Ouais. Bah, j'ai pas besoin de l'aider, il m'a déjà tout dit, lui. C'est dommage.
I suppose it is.
Voilà. Franchement, lui, pour le coup, je lui fais confiance.
Ouais.
Lui, juste, il est en mode... Antius, c'est un dieu, quoi. Tu veux pas me reparler, toi, t'es sûr, hein? Putain, j'ai fait le con.
Do I need to ask Horatius
Ouais,
to
vas-y,
escort
c'est
you
bon.
out of here? Get out, you horrid barbarian!
On your best behavior, I trust?
C'est... possible.
Citizen.
Santus, il s'est bougé le cul ici, ok. Alors là, il y en a un qui fait des pompes, là. C'est qui, lui? Personne... Ah bah oui, mais je connais pas leur nom. Alors d'abord, je vais choper son nom.
What were you two talking about?
Quoi? Pardon?
Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old
Ah.
man Sentius up on his balcony. If he's making a last-ditch effort to pick up votes by talking
Est-ce
to
que
a
c'est toi le
woman,
Mao?
he's even more senile than I thought. Everyone knows women can't vote.
Non.
What else would you be murmuring about on election day? Mark my words, Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day.
C'est des Romains, à l'époque, c'était normal, Kawet. On peut pas...
That you've been trying to undermine his
Ah, je
hard-won
le lis pas.
victory. You'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it?
Non mais c'est Mao quelque chose, là. Je ne veux pas de problème. Non, non, mais je veux pas de problème. Pas de
Good.
problème avec...
Then
je
stay
veux
out
savoir
of
ce
it.
que tu penses, toi.
Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in an election.
Bah, c'est quand même ça a l'air d'être un bon gros salaud quand même, mais... Non mais c'était allé... Non mais attends, c'était il y a 2000 ans, merde. Enfin, en fait, on n'en sait rien. Ouais, si, ils nous le disent au début que c'était il y a 2000 ans. Non mais si, c'était il y a 2000 ans, franchement, l'eau est passée sous les ponts. Ouais, posez des questions.
Can't hurt.
Quelle est votre
The
histoire?
name's Domitius.
Domitius.
You want to get to Malleolus? You go through me.
Domitius. Vous voulez voir ma... Alors c'est ma... Léolus. C'est-à-dire qu'il y aurait prescription, s'il n'y a pas prescription après 2000 ans. Hein. Donc... Mais donc, ouais, faut passer par moi. Et donc c'est son sous-fifre, quoi. Sous-fifre de Malais. On va l'appeler Malais parce que... Pourquoi t'es vêtu comme ça?
Because I am
Tu es
a
un gladiateur.
gladiator. That's why.
Fait sens. Pas du tout près d'une
You
arène.
want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunners.
Ok.
When
Ça, c'est
Malleolus
ici.
wins the election, yeah, this place will change. You won't even want to leave. You'll see.
Mhm.
I think it's gone on long enough.
C'est duré
And
comme...
Malleolus is going to put an end to it once he's elected.
Il est contre la règle. Qui en fait quelqu'un qui peut avoir envie de faire un crime du coup vu qu'il est contre. Mais bon. Je vais vous aider. Comment il va
He's
s'y
going to
prendre?
announce it in his victory speech. Just you wait
Mais ça
and
on va le
see.
demander à Malleolus directement. Je vous aider? Bah vas-y, puis je
We've
vous aider.
already lined up the votes he needs to win. Just stay out of our way,
Ouais, ok,
and
ok.
we won't have a problem.
Pour qui allez-vous voter?
Malleolus, of
Ouais,
course.
oui.
If old man Sentius can't even protect his own daughter,
C'est la même question pour tout le monde, mais bon, c'est vrai qu'il y en a où t'as vite compris quand même. Moi j'aimerais parler à Malleolus.
He's busy. Unless... No. You don't look like you could afford it. I'm glad you asked. See, he's a busy man, and this is an important day. He'll be inside practicing his victory speech for tonight. Left me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you want to see him, I'll need something valuable in return.
C'est pas un péché, ouais, de demander des pots de vin?
Bribe?
Que le règlement.
That's such an ugly word. What I'm looking for is more of a tribute.
Domitus, t'es un bon salaud. T'es un bon salaud. Bon, qu'est-ce qu'il veut?
Dunno. Something good.
Ok. Mais on va pas aller chercher ça. On va chercher un moyen de rentrer chez Malleolus discrètement. Allez, c'est ciao.
Just remember, I'll be watching.
Je vais sauvegarder. Est-ce que j'ai... Alors, ouais, quoi? Indice? Non. Ouais, il y a Lucretia qui a crié. Trouve un moyen de pénétrer dans la villa. La règle d'or. Donc il faut découvrir qui est la personne la plus susceptible. Dire à Sensus que vous suspectez Sentia. Sentia semblait étonnamment détendue. Ouais, puis elle a blasphémé à fond. Oui, mais... Ouais. En fait, je vais dire à Sensus que je suspecte la moitié de la ville. Ça va être super, quoi. On lui dira tout ça tout d'un... Pourquoi ça s'est tourné d'un coup? Ça te guide vers ce que tu as sélectionné. Du coup, moi, Malleolus, pour l'instant, c'est ce qui me... Ah, ok. Je me fais chuchoter partout, là. Ok, c'est là. Est-ce qu'il n'y a pas quelqu'un avant ici? C'est pas mon bro, ça? Ah non, c'est pas mon bro. Un accent espagnol, un truc comme ça. Je peux pas avoir le carnet de notes, là? Je l'ai pris. Qu'est-ce que... J'ai eu un succès Steam. Mais pourquoi ils ont fait ce truc? Ils ont fait des filtres. Quoi? On peut pas prendre... On a le carnet, mais... C'est dans le jeu, oui. Non, non, c'est pas le cas, c'est... Bon, allez.
Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see
Georgius.
another foreigner in our midst.
Je suis enchanté de
We
voir une
must
nouvelle
stick
tête.
together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India.
Ah non, c'est l'accent
And
indien.
never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know. From which exotic part of the world do you hail?
Ouais.
Then you are an explorer, like me. Wonderful. You must have many stories to share. I cannot wait to hear them. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing.
Oui,
so
des renseignements.
perhaps?
Quelle est votre
My
histoire?
story? How kind of you to ask.
C'est un tailleur.
I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum.
Quoi?
You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule,
Est-ce que t'as une amulette toi aussi?
why bother setting shop at all?
Ou tu avais? Et tu as vendu une amulette peut-être? Ouais, c'est ça.
I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance of looking one's best. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our heads. Don't you agree? Oh, and there is another reason too. If we all end up as golden statues for future generations to marvel at, I don't know about you, but I would like to look my best. A good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself. I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and drowning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Quite a lot of it, in fact. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air, and then nothing. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa.
Oh putain, il y a eu un éclair. Oh. Oh. Je l'ai vu derrière moi. La lumière de l'éclair que... Ben ça a pété même pas une seconde après, c'était vraiment juste à côté. Je t'ai dit, tandis que c'est là... Tu passes juste le 28 ans. On est le combien? Ok. Bah écoute, on se fera un petit truc. Bon, il était... Il a flotté. Oh, on se fera un petit truc.
In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a benevolent stranger. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that trapdoor temple. And
Ah,
here I
le
am.
temple à la trappe, c'est par là que je suis arrivé moi aussi. Lui, il est arrivé conscient. Parce que... Horatius le garde, il s'est fait voler le pendentif, et là, il était inconscient, et il est arrivé là, inconscient. Lui, il était conscient. Il a trouvé la grotte, découvert le temple, et paf, il est tombé.
Anything you like.
Bon. Parce que ça, c'est... Ouais, je vais le... Ouais.
Not so loud. What are
Quoi?
you playing at? Have you not been told about the last attempt?
Première tentative? Ah, qu'est-ce que c'est ça?
Oh, then I suppose this duty falls to me. Ah,
Mais raconte-moi tout!
Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how do I escape? It is only natural after all. And scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here
Toi
the
aussi tu fais des
second option is
citations.
to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out.
Pourquoi personne ne l'a fait? Parce que oui, je pourrais dire je pourrais y arriver, mais quelqu'un l'aurait déjà fait si c'était possible.
They have. I am getting to that. There was an attempt made by resourceful fellows who lived here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice shake the entire city, and that, tragically, is where their tale ends. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place, and so I say it is best to not even discuss it aloud.
Ils ont essayé de s'enfuir, ils ont entendu la voix du dieu, ils se sont transformés en or ou un truc comme ça. C'est bizarre. Hein.
Ah, yes.
Qu'est-ce qu'il en pense de la règle d'or, lui?
shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate. Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish Hades, the guilty one. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks and the rivers dried up. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands until at last the other gods were forced to act, lest they have no worshippers left. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The golden rule has merely brought it into focus. If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who said, "Avoid doing what you would blame others for doing."
Qu'est-ce qu'il a dire qu'à faire?
Regrettably, I think
Eh
you
oui.
are correct, my friend. For even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never be enough. Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone in the blink of an eye by a single selfish act.
J'en suis témoin, oui, j'ai vu. Vas-y, on va lui
It
dire
is
ça.
not all bad, my friend, because it is this fragility which makes life so precious. But on a lighter note, I will say one thing for the golden rule. For all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing, do they not?
Alors pour qui tu as voté, mon bon Georgius? Est-ce que tu es un Sanctus, un Sanctus ou t'es un Maléolus?
That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection,
Ah.
I'm leaning toward voting for Malleolus.
Pourquoi?
I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way.
Ah. Il va voter pour Maléolus parce qu'il a peur de Domitius. Ça, c'est vraiment des salauds, eux. Ils pourraient lire, ça va être la dictature directe. Moi, je fais pas confiance à Sanctus pour autant. Hein. C'est tous des vendus, c'est des politiques, hein, donc. J'aime bien, ouais. Ah ouais, j'aime bien. Ok.
Nothing comes to my mind, my friend. I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
J'ai le droit, hein, on m'a donné l'autorisation de rentrer chez les gens.
You look well, my sartorial friend.
Et hop, c'est qui toi?
Name's Rufius.
Rufus.
Better watch your step.
Je pense que c'est une femme la louche. Quoi? J'ai pas compris. Mais... Bon, allez, quelle est votre histoire? J'ai pas
Can't
compris.
talk long. Got to stay sharp, but family's from Seleucia on Tigris, Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions, the sixth, the one they call Ironclads.
Ok, je sais pas quoi faire de cette information, mais comment t'as atterri là?
Same way as
Non,
everyone else.
parce que tout le monde n'a pas atterri pareil. Non mais dis-moi, t'étais... Ah putain, il me dit pas là.
Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious?
Il est pas très bavard, mais au moins c'est rapide. Pourquoi il a pas d'armes?
Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. Stupid. Going to have to improvise now.
Fortune smile on you, sister.
Le mec il passe. Pas très causant,
If
pas
you were
ouais.
dealing with what I am,
Ok.
you wouldn't be either. None
Quoi?
of your business. In Troiti ipsum commensura.
Ça veut dire quoi? Et vous votez pour qui?
If we have to.
Ah. Bon, la fameuse question.
If I did, do you think we'd be having this conversation?
Ok. On pense quoi de la règle d'or?
I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the common sense of other
C'est
people.
compréhensible. J'ai survécu à une pandémie. Il y a des bonnes réponses quand même. Vas-y de dire ça.
Ah, then you know what I'm talking
Oui,
about.
bah ouais, non.
I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. Well, we're one bad decision away from being wiped out. Like the last lot of people who lived here. Seems like I'm the only
Comme quoi,
one
avoir
ready
survécu au
for what's
Covid,
coming.
ça fait que tu peux répondre ce genre de choses. Et que Rufus il te fasse confiance quoi.
It's everyone for themselves. You've been warned.
Mais qu'est-ce qui arrive?
I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we're not looking?
Ah si, elle chuchote même alors.
Waiting for something. I don't like it.
Mais je vais aller dans son sens complètement, comme ça il va me faire confiance, le gros Rufus. Pour qui vous allez voter? Malleolus.
Not sure I trust Sentius.
Il n'a même pas su protéger sa fille.
Protect his daughter in a city without sin.
Ouais, ça fait
How's
sens.
he going to protect us?
Non mais je travaille pas pour Sentius, hein. Je sais pas pourquoi il me dit pourquoi puis-je faire quelque chose. Non mais je veux pas changer son vote. Hein.
Fine.
On verra
Whatever.
plus tard. Ah. Tu m'as causé toi? Non, ça c'est Georgius. Ah, hein. C'est un peu creepy Ken. Sauvegarde. Ah,
Help! You have to do something! A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule.
mais j'ai pas d'arme. Qui êtes-vous?
Fabia, but now's not the time. Are you going to help or not? Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere.
J'ai pas d'arme, mais c'est pas grave.
Hide.
Je vais lui
Find me
parler.
in this empty shrine when it's over.
On va suivre les chuchotements. Pour le coup, les chuchotements, peut-être qu'il faut les écouter.
What? We don't have time for this. I have to go. Ugh. The shrine is collapsing.
Fabia?
Fabia, no!
Ah ben,
Oh
c'était
God,
écrit, hein.
She's dead. Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just
Ah
collapsed.
bah
on
ouais,
her.
là, ça craint,
Oh,
hein.
Fabia, why did
Mais
you have to
pourquoi?
go
Il y avait
there?
marqué en gros, là, que ça allait
Oh,
s'effondrer.
sweet
Pourquoi t'es
girl.
rentré? Ma pauvre, mais ouais, t'en penses quoi, genre, juste de ce qui vient de se passer, hein?
I can't believe she's
Bah
dead.
ouais.
Fabia, I mean. She walked into that empty shrine, and the next moment she is lying dead under a pile of rubble. The gods are cruel and unjust. She was like a daughter to me. I'm sorry, friend. It's not right for me to lay my burden upon you.
Oui. Ça, c'était l'entrée, ça. C'est par là que je suis arrivé. Je crois. Ah. Non, alors.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus,
Non, je sais pas qui c'est.
otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
Je connais pas.
I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something
Je
to
vais
you.
mourir.
I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible crimes against the Empire. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will put this arrow through your chest. Is that understood? Thank you. Now tell me, who are you people, and what is this place? A small community. Ha! I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of his
Comme
mystery
si
cult.
c'est Sanctus Quinctius. C'est un peu ce qu'ils sont. On est dans un. Ouais, ça a tout d'une secte hein, là où on est donc. Je comprends le.
Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus, Magna Mater, or Christ. You lot are all the same to me. Always sneaking off to your secret sanctuaries, indoctrinating each other with your little mantras. The Emperor may have tolerated your activities up until now, but after what Quintius did, those days are numbered.
Bah non, enfin.
You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret?
Bon, ça, par contre, c'est probablement vrai. Même s'il y a probablement une ou plusieurs personnes qui savent. Mais bon, je pense que la majorité sont vraiment prisonniers ici.
So you admit you're not allowed to leave? Threatening me is not going to help you. But in any case, that sounds an awful lot like a cult to me. And I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe? A distinction without a difference. You've clearly been indoctrinated into this nonsense. Now tell me, where did you lot get enough gold to make all these statues? You lot are practicing human sacrifice too. You people disgust me. Of course you'd say that, but that's what your kind do, isn't it? Our god told us to do it. It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination, the mantra, the human sacrifice. You're cultists.
Le truc c'est que tout ce qu'il dit, c'est possiblement vrai. Hein?
With such zeal, they just can't see what they've become. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself by telling me where Quintius is. Do not waste it.
Bon alors. Qu'est-ce que vous pouvez me dire sur Quintius?
Very well. Here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man with distinctive eyes,
un œil vert et un bleu.
And one blue. He's also known to have delusions of grandeur. The Emperor says he and his cult, your cult, are responsible for starting the fire which burnt half of Rome to the ground and killed thousands in the process.
Ah ça c'est parce que j'ai choisi d'être archéologue. Bah ouais, on va choisir le choix de l'archéologue.
Who are you to challenge what the Emperor says? Were you there? Do you have spies and scouts all over Rome like he does? No, you do not. This is your last chance. Are you going to tell me?
Je veux pas mourir là. C'est pas.
Then you're of no use to me. Do you have any last words?
Ça il veut pas me croire. Si je dis ça, il va pas me croire. Si je lui dis vous êtes stupide, bon il va me démonter. Ça, il va pas me croire. Ça. Ouais, il y a que cette phrase qui peut me sortir d'affaire, je pense, hein, parce que.
Well, I'd say that's rather convenient, since I was planning to kill you all anyway.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Quoi? Ah mais... Quoi? Pourquoi je vais là, je sais pas. Ça va? Ça va? Ah merde, je suis pas allé au bon endroit. Merde, non, c'est pas là. Oh! Et c'est la merde là. Eh mais je pensais pas qu'il y avait ce genre de passage dans ce jeu moi. C'est un cul-de-sac. Tellement mort. Oh! Mais arrêtez! Non mais... C'est pas là? Je comprends rien. Je ne comprends rien. Là, je reconnais. Ok. Ah. Et donc là, j'ai compris.
Salve, friend.
Ouais. Là, du coup, c'est quand quelqu'un respecte pas, ça reset.
I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life.
Et puis Galerius, vous allez me proposer de me conduire jusqu'à Saint-Sus pour qu'il me parle.
Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last
Ouais.
night?
Ok, donc ça fait une boucle. Qui fait que je vais pouvoir parler à Cynthia tranquillement.
You should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it.
Okay.
Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely safe. Probably. All right, see you around.
Tyrolienne, là. Elles sont pas très bien sécurisées, ces tyroliennes, si je puis me permettre. On peut pas passer.
Salve, friend. I'm Oh. Oh. Just attach the and all right.
Ah, attends. Déjà, il y a là. Non? Non, c'est dans l'autre sens. Bon, non, doucement. Tu ne voleras point, tu ne blesseras pas. De toute évidence, l'auteur n'a pas eu le temps de terminer.
Salve.
Mais d'ailleurs, toi Galerius.
I saw you use the device I made.
Ah, ça a fonctionné, ah oui.
Anyway, I'm sorry to ask, but is there any chance you'd be willing to do me a favor?
Ah, dis-moi donc.
Well, I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock spire in the middle of the lake. It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and made this pulley device, only I couldn't quite summon the nerve to use it. Do you think you could use the device again and try to get that flower for me?
Bien sûr, bien sûr.
Oh, thank you. It would help me a lot. There's no rush, just whenever you get a chance.
Non mais oui, c'est pas pressé. Quelle est votre histoire, Galerius?
Well, it's a long one and kind of sad, but I don't mind telling it.
Ouais.
I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum, with my parents and 2 little sisters. Lovely part of the world. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. I sprinted so fast I almost threw up. But by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty. That was my first encounter with the legions. My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead, but I was young. It was a struggle. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These Legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were, and what they wanted. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right down the middle. But there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt and lungs full of smoke. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alive to see what they'd done. Still burns whenever I think about it. Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, they enslaved. So, then I found myself being transported all the way to Rome to be sold to the highest bidder. I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways, Romanized my name and everything. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me, and I'd just end up right back where I was. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, an enormous fire broke out in Rome. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. I'd never seen anything like it. Human beings acting like cattle. I got swept up with them somehow, and the rest is a blur. The next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place and started my life over again.
Une inconnue qui m'a tiré hors de la rivière, mais c'est comme Noukaren quoi.
That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the gods
Et l'incendie, ça a l'air
aren't done
important.
tormenting me here.
C'est la deuxième fois qu'on me parle de
I finally
l'incendie.
had my own farm again, safe from the grasping hands of the Romans. Or so I thought. Until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure I believe him, but then, what if he's right? So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. I'm right back where I began. But don't you worry, Nemesis is waiting.
Ça vote pas à Sentius, ça.
One day, he'll get his. Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away sometimes.
Oh, t'es un brave type.
Thanks, friend. I knew I liked you. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Was there something else you wanted to talk about?
Oui. Bon, la question...
As much as I'd love to get out of here, the harvest's always more fruitful in another man's field, isn't it? But Scintilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Could be she found a way out. If anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. But she'd never tell the likes of me. Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, everybody here's got their own view about what we need to do to survive. But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means to be good and just get on with it, you know?
Ok, et que pensez-vous de l'élection?
I can't see how I could vote for either
Ah non, il
candidate.
vote pour aucun
I
des deux.
don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech or put on a toga in my life.
T'es un brave type, Galerius. Moi, je
See you
t'aime bien.
around.
Je t'aime bien. Laisse-moi passer. Le mythe de la règle d'or par Durotas le Jeune. Comme il est de coutume de le faire, je commencerai par rendre hommage aux dieux veillant sur cette cité. Ils méritent notre admiration pour avoir assuré notre prospérité et notre isolement paisible de façon durable. Mais je dois ici faire une entorse à la coutume en tentant de nous imposer des règles strictes. Son attitude devient oppressante, il va trop loin et mérite notre mépris. Qui ne s'est jamais réveillé en pleine nuit avec des sueurs froides, craignant une transgression accidentelle de la règle d'or? Nous devons accepter le fait que nous sommes tous capables de faire une erreur, que ce soit par un moment d'égarement ou un acte volontaire motivé par un mauvais raisonnement. Cependant, je suis persuadé que la grande menace, l'épée de Damoclès sous laquelle nous vivons, n'est rien de plus qu'une supercherie et je vais vous le prouver, en commençant par écarter les contre-arguments. Tout d'abord, on pourrait argumenter que les inscriptions disant que la collectivité souffrira pour les péchés de l'individu prouvent que la règle d'or est tout ce qui est de plus réel. Mais c'est une erreur de raisonnement, nous ne pouvons pas présumer que les auteurs en savaient plus que nous. Le fait que ce message ait été gravé ne le rend pas vrai pour autant, pas plus que si je gravais Durotas le Jeune est un dieu. Ensuite, nous pouvons prétendre que les statues de cet endroit sont la preuve de l'existence de la règle d'or. Inutile de me le rappeler. C'est moi qui les ai toutes découvertes à travers cette cité. C'est moi qui les ai récupérées et placées dans une charrette à bras avant de les transporter jusqu'à l'endroit même où elles se trouvent aujourd'hui. Je ne les oublierai pas de sitôt. Je me refuse à croire qu'elles étaient jadis de véritables personnes. D'ailleurs, rien ne le prouve. Quand on lit l'histoire de Vénus donnant vie à Galatée, la sculpture de Pygmalion, on ne s'imagine pas à une seule seconde que c'est vrai. Pourquoi devrions-nous le croire pour ces statues? En définitive, ce ne sont que des querelles. Après des années à vivre dans la peur, il ne me reste plus qu'une façon de prouver que la règle d'or est un mensonge. Je dois agir. Mes amis, je m'excuse d'avance pour ce qui suit, mais un jour vous considérerez cet instant comme un moment clé de l'histoire pour notre cité. Découvrons une fois pour toutes si la règle d'or existe pendant que je frappe l'un d'entre vous. Et ben, c'est mal passé. Je vais essayer de vous aider. Non. Ah oui. Ok. C'est le temple qui va s'effondrer. Si je vais là-bas, encore me par taper par l'autre là. Donc juste si je me fais rattraper là, je cours là. Et là c'est là. Et là il y a route directe jusqu'au bon endroit là. Ouais. Plutôt que de courir dans tous les sens là. Ok. Là, c'est des sous que j'ai pas volés, ça. Ok. Il y a des sous ici. Ça, c'est toutes les grottes là. Il observe à travers leurs yeux. C'est l'histoire. Il y a un seul truc qui se passe. Hein. Là, les cavernes, j'ai fait que courir dedans tout à l'heure, mais j'ai vu un mur de lierre à un moment donné. C'est bien, ouais. Là aussi, il y a des sous. C'était là. Je crois. Non. Les ombres exsangues errent sans chair ni os. Un truc par là. Là. Eh bien. Je veux grimper, pourquoi Ah, fait ça bruit là. Qui l'eût cru? Et il doit y avoir un timer. En fait, ouais. Du coup, vu ce que je viens de vivre là, s'il y a eu un péché, c'est que même si c'est pas moi qui provoque le truc du péché, ce mec-là, là, il va trouver qu'un petit je sais pas quoi là, et il va le tuer.
I love your clothes. So
À moins que ce soit quelqu'un d'autre qui fasse le péché avant lui.
Oh, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia.
Bonjour Aurélien.
And, I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before. A certain learning and sophistication.
On va la charmer.
Ugh, coming on a bit
Ça va me
strong,
donner des informations, ça.
don't you think? I take back what I said.
Oh, je dirais
Suddenly,
plus ça.
I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to my tavern?
Bon. La prochaine fois, du coup, je dirai autre chose. Quelle est votre histoire?
Let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us.
D'accord.
You know, normally, I'd expect you to buy me a drink before asking if I want to get out of here. Straight to business, huh? I can work with that. As a matter of fact, I do know a way out. I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is valuable information we're talking about, and I don't just give it out like some cheap oracle. So, how badly do you want it? Is it worth, say, 1,000
1000
denarii
deniers?
to you?
Bah j'ai...
If I took your money without giving you what I promised, I'd be breaking the golden
C'est faire,
rule,
Aurélia, c'est
wouldn't I?
faire. Ok, ok.
And I have no interest in doing that. I think of it this way. I have something of value, and I'm willing to share it for a price. That's not unethical. That's just good business. Now, do you want it or not? Simple. It's a one-way trip, and I'm not ready to go just yet. I like my life here.
Mais comment ça?
One day.
T'as une épée de Damoclès sur la
but not
tête
now.
en restant ici?
Well, I can't tell you too much, or you'd figure it out for yourself. But I promise you, you'll never have to spend another hour in this city ever again.
M'intéresse pas.
What's the matter? Can't afford it? Well, perhaps you could take out a loan. I understand Malleolus has lent money to others, on occasion. I just try not to think about it. Drink helps with that. As the saying goes, to drink is human, so we drink. Certainly, for 10 denarii.
Oh bah, oui, oui, tiens.
Have you met Livia? She used to do my hair, until one day she just snapped. This place has that effect on people. Now, she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering nonsense to herself. It's a real shame. Now I have to do my own hair. I hear that if Malleolus is elected, he's gonna throw a small festival to celebrate, with entertainment and everything. Can't wait to find out what it is. Whatever you like. All right, see ya.
Il y aura un festival donc.
You stay away from my money.
Et j'ai pas le droit de voler de toute façon. Où est-ce qu'elle a mis la clé?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
C'est par là, non? Putain, je sais plus où c'est. Faut que je sorte de là. Oh non, là c'est la... Banger la tyrolienne.
Salve, friend. You know, we sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me, so I'd say early March? It's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. 817 CE? No idea what you're talking about. But listen, most folks seem a bit confused.
Ouais, c'est bon, la tyrolienne, je l'ai tout court. Donc là, je vais juste aller récupérer les sous ici. Maîtresse. La prêtresse.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Hey, Horatius. How's it feel knowing your man's tomb?
Bon.
Oh, don't mind me. I just live here. Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want?
Ah mais en fait j'ai déjà tout vu.
You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing god who's... But what kind... Did you hear that? What do you have? No I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a... Oh, and I suppose I'll just have to take the word of a know-nothing barbarian who just arrived, will I? I trust you can see yourself out.
Le parchemin. Peut-être.
On your best behavior, I trust?
Peut-être. Merde, je suis où? Prêtresse, le gars. Qui est la prêtresse?
Whatever are you... Oh, look, you're back. You know, some people... But... Did you... What do you... No. Either that... Oh.
Non, elle
I
s'en
trust
fout.
you.
Non, j'ai... Et Bon. Au lieu de partir n'importe où... On va faire les choses dans l'ordre. Hop. Ça, logiquement, c'est ça.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium, but that Culus cubulatus decius won't give it to me. It's too late. She just slipped away. She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally, I'd treat her with resin of Silphium, a rare plant which is perfect for this sort of thing. And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly." Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down here, with the golden rule. So all I could do is come back here and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing. And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath. Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just one thing you can do. Get me that Silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day, or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that Genetricum Fututo and scratching his eyes out. I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up. My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked, and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke, and the streets were full of people trampling each other. I ran for the river, like everyone else, and leapt in. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a riverbank, not far from here. It's all right. Say what you will about this place, at least my fornicating husband will never find me. And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule, they have to try to be discreet about it. Oh, this shrine was in use as a clinic long before any of us arrived here. Kind of strange to set up a clinic in the temple of the god of disease. But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. So I suppose praying to Apollo for healing kind of makes sense. Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good too, until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying, but I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem. A real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. And he's a little bit scary. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off, and I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out, and you know what that means. I just know Navia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace. Thanks, I suppose.
Est-ce que vous savez sortir?
Some people here need proper medical care, not the half-baked, hanging by a thread excuse for treatment I'm giving them. Just don't get sick or injured here. I'll do my best to treat you, but I'm out of my depth and dangerously short on everything you can imagine. A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it up didn't think it through. Maybe it was an attempt to create some kind of utopia. But snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to exploit. And what can we do about it? Absolutely nothing. In some ways, we are worse off because we can't take the law into our own hands.
Ah, est-ce que vous pouvez me dire un truc sur les statues?
Oh no. Sorry, I don't mean to worry you, but no, that is definitely not normal. There was one other person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to her.
Celle qui s'est enfermée.
But that was Navia, and she went a little mad.
Est-ce que Navia, ce serait pas Karen qui est sortie? Peut-être.
Ouais. Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good too, until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything.
Oui, mais si tu m'as déjà dit ça.
But I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time, and then she's been gone, but I realized one of my patients, he's become so ill. I just know. Thanks, I suppose. Sure. What do you want to know? Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule, and so maybe it's best we don't discuss it. Hemlock, I believe.
Ok. Comment elle s'appelle
Do you really want to know? Gladly.
C'est Julia.
Sure. Hemlock, I believe.
Poison de la ciguë.
I haven't seen her in months. She's not allowed to leave Malleolas's villa. and they are quite secretive.
T'as pas le droit de sortir de la villa de Malleolus? Genre la ville... C'était genre la fille de Malleolus?
Gladly. Well, come back if you get sick or injured. May Apollo keep you safe.
Then Rufus, better watch your step. What up?
Il doit y avoir Désius qui est pas très loin. Trouvez-moi.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it. Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius. Terrible shame what happened to Yulia, but we just have to carry on, don't we?
Bon, avant de lui demander la résine, quelle est son histoire?
How did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale. All right. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave. Fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named a Camphor,
Mais plus tranquille quoi. Ça fait un petit raid de semaine et... Deux en sortie de patch quoi, mais sinon voilà, ça fait plus de push ni rien quoi. Et ça va toi?
So I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done.
Faire reparler de l'incendie. De toute façon, il y a un truc avec l'incendie. Globalement. Mop me fait de l'œil. Ouais, Mop, j'attends qu'il le sorte en version classique, parce que le remix. Mais ouais. Putain. Phase FF14, bon, je me suis jamais mis, j'avoue que tout le pexing, ça me repousse un peu quoi sur FF14. Vous avez choisi la fille. J'ai pas lu. Vous avez choisi la fille.
Girl? Weren't you listening? All my valuables or the girl? I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber.
Oui, 60 balles. Ouais, non, mais c'est surtout que c'est hyper long quoi de pexer. Ah oui, mais parce que tu peux payer un boost direct au grand niveau. Ouais, je sais pas. 15 jours, mais j'avoue que... vous l'avez...
No, I dived in after it, of course. Aren't you paying attention? That was a bloody fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank not far from here with nothing in the world but a single silver coin.
Crochet la D1. Ouais, c'est... Oh, encore que c'est assez joli quand même, FF. Mais oui, c'est particulier. À me réveil, je me trouvais sur une rive non loin d'ici. Une pièce en argent. Moi, je compatis.
Thank you, friend. It turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune because this place is a veritable.
Ah oui, l'interface. Ouais, l'interface par contre, quand tu sors de WoW, oui. Bah là, j'ai vu des streams, oui, sur les raids de FF, c'est différent. Je vais te poser la question.
If you're desperate, I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims to know of a way out, but I'm not sure I trust her.
Aurélia de la taverne, oui, mais elle m'a demandé, c'est elle qui m'a demandé 1000 sous. Non, ouais, c'est elle qui demande 1000 sous, mais 1000 sous, beaucoup, et je peux pas. Oh, j'avais pas remarqué.
Oh yeah, gotta watch out. Old Dacius has got your back though.
D'accord. Qu'est-ce qu'il pense de la règle d'or?
There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. Just a simple composite bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one, bring it to me and we'll talk.
Et Chocho, à la prochaine. Il a besoin d'un arc. Les arcs, il y a des statues qui en ont. Non, je sais. Oui, c'est le mec qui rentre là. Il arrive à le neutraliser. Juste en lui parlant. Je peux même lui convaincre. Enfin, je sais pas, mais. Il faut que j'ai l'info de qui est le mec qui veut tuer là. Si j'ai cette info, il me fera confiance et peut-être que je pourrai avoir son arc parce que c'est la seule arme qu'il y a ici en fait. Ouais.
Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means you'll need to be a little discreet. Thank you, friend. Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he ever protect?
Ok, il a le même avis. Non mais pour l'instant, je vais pas changer les votes des gens, ça sert à rien.
Very well. Another time.
Ça sert à rien. Ça, mais je suis pas allé voir dans la maison de ce brave. Chose à acheter après mon évasion. Il y a chariot ici. Aïe aïe aïe. Aïe aïe aïe. La stratégie. Ouais, mais lui il fait son petit chemin, lui.
Hello? Hello?
C'est Julie, toi.
My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up. I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was
looking for treasure.
Chercher un trésor.
Yes, but I wasn't. I was just looking. They said I did it more than once, but I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy. Yes. They said I have to live in it now, and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you think you could read it for me?
Le magistrat Sentius Adullius. Je vous écris au sujet de votre incorrigible comportement antisocial induit par votre obsession pour un prétendu trésor perdu. Même si je compatis à votre souffrance et au décès de votre gardien Hannibal, il y a quelques semaines, je tiens à vous adresser un message important. Le trésor que vous cherchez n'existe pas. Au vu de votre mémoire douteuse, il semblerait que vos souvenirs soient tout simplement inexacts. En outre, puisque vous avez été surpris à plusieurs occasions à pénétrer illégalement dans divers lieux, y compris autour des citernes, ce qui est citernes. Aux citernes, ce qui est strictement prohibé aux citoyens. Il est arrivé à la regrettable conclusion que vous représentez un inconvénient pour cette communauté et doit restreindre votre liberté de crainte de vous voir enfreindre la règle d'or. J'espère que cette règle vous permettra de vous rappeler la raison de votre incarcération en cas de futur trou de mémoire. Ok.
What does it say? My treasure! My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns, but when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me, except my friend Galerius and Ek, the priestess lady. She's a nice lady. Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust. But maybe you could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot. Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate
mais le magistrat cache quelque chose.
What about the rules? I don't want everyone to get in trouble because I was bad. Like Galerius. He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very precious. You're going to let me out of here? Really? Oh. Please. I hate it here. It makes me very sad. You're mean.
Bon, c'est pas grave, de toute façon. La prochaine boucle, ça ira mieux.
Ah, back again, I see. Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000
1000
denarii.
deniers, non mais les gars.
That's hardly my concern. But if you get a job, work hard and save your coins, you should be able to afford it within, say, 5 years? Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand, I'm afraid. Take it or leave it. Hear what? You sure you're feeling all right? If you're hearing things, perhaps you should pay a visit to Lucretia's clinic. We don't want another Navia on our hands. She claimed the statues were whispering to her. Nobody else could hear it. Then she shut herself in the palace and we never heard from her again. But I digress. Do you want this silphium or not? Well, if you did that, you'd break the golden rule, and we'd share the same fate as the last lot who lived here. Is that what you want?
Prenez-le et fuyez. Genre je le prends et je prends la boucle et je l'aurai toujours.
Do you think I don't know a bluff when I see one? Nice try. Well, if you did that, you'd break the golden rule, and we'd share the same fate as the last lot who lived here. Is that what you want?
Prenez-le et fuyez.
Don't you dare.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Hop là, salut. Salut. Non, Non, je passe, c'est tout. Hop là. Quoi? Mais dépêche-toi! C'est vrai que c'est le... Du coup là on voit bien le magistrat qui fait le truc. Je garde tout. Ah c'est cool en vrai ça. Je garde tout à chaque boucle.
Salve, friend. I'm... Oh.
Donc bon, on va farmer les sous, clairement. C'est des sous faciles ça. Et là, si je vais direct là, elle est peut-être pas encore morte.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium, but that Culus cumulatus decius won't give it to me.
J'ai.
What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you.
Je l'ai sauvé.
Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing, and at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle? Look, if you don't want to tell me, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. But no matter. That was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need. That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Yulia, ben ça va mieux tout de suite, toi. Je suis là, ouais.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please, no more questions. The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are far crueler. Please, just leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it. Thank you. You mean my life story? Oh, well, I grew up as part of a big family in Rome. Me and 3 older sisters. Our father found good husbands for my sisters, but I wasn't cut out for that kind of life. So he found me a job as a scribe for a prominent merchant. It was a good life for a while, until 7 months ago when the fires came. My colleagues and I worked desperately to try to protect our warehouse. We must have had 100 workers passing buckets of water, chanting prayers to Vulcan, but they fell on deaf ears. The fire was relentless, and it claimed everything and everyone. Well, almost everyone. My employer told me to grab what valuables I could and flee for the Tiber with the crowds. I remember diving into the river, and then the next thing I knew, I was waking up on the riverbank not far from here. Thank you, but to be honest, sometimes I think dying in that fire might have been a blessing, given what's happened since. I can tell you, but it's a long story. All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did. not proud of it, but yes, I was surprised he agreed to it, to be honest. But I was so happy to have the money I didn't question it. I had to sign an agreement saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out.
C'est quoi?
Do you want to know what it was? Hemlock. Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning.
Son stream? Bah ouais, là j'ai repris. Hein. Fait jeu solo après jeu solo. Si t'avais tout planifié, ça aurait enfreint la règle d'or, probablement. Bien sûr. Hein.
That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths, so he locked me
Oh
in
là je reste assis.
confiscated everything I owned as collateral and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks.
Vraiment que je trouve un moyen d'aller parler à Malleolus et Claudia.
The floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid.
Non, là j'ai rien. Après là il fait un peu chaud. Hein. Là je t'avoue, le bonnet, il a fait presque 30 toute la journée. Que va-t-il nous arriver maintenant?
When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course. I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape. At least until someone breaks the golden rule. Huh. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. No, of course not. I would never. But I can dream. A lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelius set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with myself, knowing I broke my promise to him.
Ça c'est stylé ça. Du coup, c'est quelqu'un qui va sauter d'une falaise pour arriver jusqu'à chez Malleolus, c'est là où je veux aller, mais je sais pas où c'est. Peut-être elle peut me dire où c'était.
I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are or why you seem so determined to help me, but thank you.
Ouais, vas-y, immédiat.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Ouais.
Ave.
Vous êtes qui, vous?
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I make
Et qui tient? Je crois que j'ai déjà eu ce nom.
the pleasure of this visit. Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask, "What is your story?" The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me. And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refreshing change. You know, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here?
Quoi comme jeu? C'est The Forgotten City. Et ouais, globalement, ça fait que parler. C'est en gros, c'est une enquête géante avec un petit retour dans le temps. Faut trouver qui c'est qui va faire un meurtre, enfin, ou qui va faire un crime en tout cas, et empêcher le crime. Et chaque fois que tu rates, ça recommence.
Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed.
Je connais pas Karen. C'est un jeu narratif, ouais.
Why is that?
À cause des mèmes.
The memes? What are the memes? As you wish, but... I wonder if... No. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you know.
C'est ce que j'essaie de faire, mais il y a l'incendie.
Good. Thank you. But please be careful. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too.
Livia... C'est qui? C'est qui déjà? Je l'ai déjà... Déjà Livia.
You have? Then what is it?
Ah bah oui. Oh mais c'est trop bien, là je peux lui parler de tous les trucs Donc ouais, la Karen justement.
Yes, I also had such an encounter. What else?
Pièce.
Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins on our person, don't we? What else?
Une rivière.
I understand many of our
Après
friends
l'incendie.
were carried here by a river current. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. You mentioned earlier you met a young woman in the forest named Karen, yes? I see. And was this Karen by any chance wearing a hood? Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
What? How could you know that? And why are you talking to me instead of doing something about it? Please, go and stop him.
Mais j'ai pas d'armes.
When no longer in danger.
Let me know when you've cleared the way to the baths.
Bon. Elle vous guidera. La prêtresse. Mais qu'est-ce que je fous là?
Fresh meat, huh?
Faudrait que j'arrive à monter. Voilà. Et je vais être hyper loin. Ça commence à faire un petit moment, mais le truc c'est que je... Oh tant pis, ça va courir un moment.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Ah mais il y a une tyrolienne, c'est bon. Je vais m'enfermer, n'essayez pas de me suivre. Il ne résultera rien de bon. D'accord, c'est là qu'elle est donc. Ouh, les flèches on prend. Parce qu'on aura bientôt un arc probablement. La tyrolienne, elle était où? Non. Besoin de votre aide. C'est la prêtresse. Oh, toi, tu vas sauter dans le vide, c'est ça?
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
No.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no.
Arrête.
Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please, please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't
Je pense pas que le
care
suicide
anymore.
ça déclenche.
Please, Ulpius.
Parce que elle s'est suicidée l'autre et ça a pas déclenché.
I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire. You're not going to trick me. I'm no coward. I intend to go through with it. Like what? I'm stuck slaving away for that culus cumulatis for the rest of my life. What do I have to live for? You're just saying that to buy time. You must think I'm an idiot. I'm out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
C'est ciao.
I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor lamb. Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess that means whichever god is responsible for it. It isn't mine. I'll have to let everyone know what's happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Sauter? Comment ça sauter? Saute.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes. Thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored to be elected your magistrate. And now...
Malleolus.
Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was either extremely reckless or impressively clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me? I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today. I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny. By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule, it's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission. Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie? Nonsense! There's no way you can prove that. If it was real and you'd seen someone break it, then you'd be dead already. Surely, you're not one of those people who believes everything you read, as if a lie could be transformed into the truth by the simple act of writing it down? What? Oh, I see what's happening here. Another poor, vulnerable soul taken in by Sentius's machinations. He won't get away with this much longer. You mean that book next to a golden statue in the theater? Tell me, how do you know that statue wasn't put there by Sentius himself? You can't know, can you? I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people, and that means giving them the freedom to do as they wish. True, but that is simply because you are mistaken. I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together, for better or worse. We're all going to have to make the best of it. You mean the children's fable, exploited by Sentius to scare us all into doing what he wants? I trust you can see yourself out. Through the door this time? There's a key just beside it.
Plus à son amour perdu, que Dieu veille sur vous. Ça fait que j'ai tenu le plus longtemps possible, mais sans vous, ma vie n'a pas de sens. J'espère que nous nous retrouverons à Gan Eden. Et ça, c'est peut-être l'amour de Scintilla. Ulpius. J'ai pas déjà écrit ce nom, Ulpius. Si. Ah si, c'est... Suicide. Donc... J'ai peur de rien. De Julia à ses ravisseurs, Maléolus et Claudia, soyez maudits. Le temps que vous lisez ceci, je serai déjà morte, car je préfère mourir plutôt que de vous servir un jour de plus. Puissent des vautours picorer vos foies dans le tartare pour l'éternité. Sympa. C'est fermé.
Thank you. Thank you. I am deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes, yes. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to be elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And yes, no more shall you walk on eggshells. Yes. No more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe because the tyrant sent us told you it was.
Donc maintenant j'ai la clé. Ah, j'ai la clé du coffre d'Aurélia aussi. Oui, mais c'est là que je vais trouver du poison. En vrai, ça n'a pas d'intérêt.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirkus? If I cop an earful from Malleolus, I'll be coming for you.
Est-ce que je peux pas lui parler du fait que je suis entré?
Non. Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
Citizen.
Moi aussi je vais reparler.
I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about to break the golden rule, forcing me to create a portal in time to bring you here? I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume we failed, and you had to start over. Is that about right? If so, what happened? I see. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered.
Ouais, ça j'ai bien compris, merci.
Next time. Now, I assume you sought me out again for a reason. You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid.
That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you, that is not the case. You may not be aware of this, but it was not so long ago, during the Republic, the law of the 12 Tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities. Here we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, and most importantly, he is able to continue living. A privilege that would be taken away from all of us were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule breaker. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man can go free. Now, was there something else? Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
Je sais pas où elles sont les citernes, mais...
Citizen.
Ouais, allez, cette fleur là.
I love your clothes. Oh, you're here. I'm so glad you... And, I hope there's a... What was that? Some kind of joke? If it was, it wasn't funny. I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you... Let's just... All right. See ya. You stay away from my money.
Cher journal, c'est une journée à marquer une carte blanche. J'ai gagné 1000 deniers en vendant une issue à une imbécile désespérée, un vrai jeu d'enfant. Évidemment, ce n'était probablement pas ce qu'elle espérait. La ciguë reste une issue. Ça lui apprendra à se moquer de ma coiffure. Il n'a pas enfreint la règle d'or. Il faudra que je réessaie à l'occasion. Cher journal, cela a de nouveau fonctionné. Me voilà plus riche de quelques milliers de deniers grâce à Pius. C'est volonté désespérée de s'enfuir. Bien sûr, il y a peu de choses que l'argent peut acheter ici. Mais l'avoir sur moi me procure un petit frisson, même si c'est temporaire. Cher journal, j'ai enfin trouvé une cause pour laquelle dépenser mon argent. Malleolus se porte candidat au poste de magistrat à l'élection de demain, et il a promis qu'en échange d'un tribut suffisant, je pourrai emménager dans la villa de Sentius une fois qu'elle sera libérée. Il n'a pas précisé comment il comptait s'y prendre, mais qu'importe, je ferais bien de m'assurer qu'il emporte. Ah ouais, là c'est 2000 deniers d'un coup. Avant ça, il faut que je regarde comment je m'échappe d'ici.
Unless you want me to slip some hemlock into your next drink, get out. I'll do us all a favor and drink hemlock, Caput Murder.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron?
Livia, plus tard. Putain, mais je suis perdu tout le temps. Mais non, là c'est le lierre. Ouais, c'est grave. Ok, donc là, ça c'est en bas. Donc là... C'est où le passage, putain? Là. J'arrive où? Au théâtre. C'est pas mal ça. Bon, il va falloir que je vole 2000 pièces d'or là. Ah, même là c'est mieux. Ouais, là je finis là. Ok, là, là, hop. Non. Putain, mais je suis trop con. C'est trop grave. Là, c'est là, puis là. Là, je monte, et paf. Non. Paf, là, et là, je prends la tyrolienne et je suis bon. Ouais, 2000 pièces d'or, c'est trop, c'est trop. Il les faut.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me.
Allez, dépêche-toi. Hop là. Ok, là je suis richissime.
Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that.
Okay, cool.
I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this. Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them? You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again, for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But, on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were. Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in. Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
C'est un brave type, oui. Ce brave Galerius. Bon. Oui, il refuse, c'est bon, c'est... Bon, il faut que je dise à ce mec qui va se suicider que faut pas le faire. Parce que bah, y a la femme là qui s'est pas suicidée et... Là non, arrête quoi. Arrête tes conneries.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life on... Ah, another stoic, perhaps. We all need something to help us through times like these. We've all been where you are now. I used to lay awake at night. I still don't have... All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing?
That's the...
What?
Why do you...
Please, help. Thank you. And please.
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. And she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her.
Elle est pas morte.
I can't do that. Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster.
Mais
Unless you
j'ai
happen
2000
to have
deniers.
2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts. Yulia and I are in debt bondage to Malleolus. We might as well be slaves. And that's how much it will take to buy our freedom.
On va les libérer et... Bon, j'aurai plus de sous, mais c'est pas grave, je pourrais les revoler en boucle chez Aurélia.
So, do you have the money or not? Really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work for you then.
Pourquoi pas? Qui peut m'aider à faire des trucs?
For a moment there,
Non, j'aurais pas dû répondre ça.
Make this take you. I am out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love.
Bon, c'est pas grave, je recommence.
Orpheus, no!
Je me suicide direct.
That would... I'll have to let... Sal... All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus.
That... You... Well, you don't It's if... Oh, but... So... Really? You'd do that for us? A couple of complete strangers? It seems today we're both blessed. This did not turn out how I thought. Thank you, friend. I never thought people like you existed. Thank you. I'll go and pay off our debts immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but the tunic on my back. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend. I'll never forget what you did for us.
Comme toi là.
What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it. I'm thankful that you're here. Can I help you with something? Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent family. But long hours of menial labor for the good of the community has its own charms too, I suppose. Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome 7 months ago, my family and I fled for the Tiber, hoping to escape on a barge. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people, and they boarded before we could depart. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water, rising up to hit my cheekbone. I woke up by the river, near that shrine, and stumbled across this place. Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all part of God's plan for me. If you like. I'm afraid not. Although, I did once hear someone gossiping down at Aurelia's tavern about a possible way out. I don't put a lot of stock in such rumours, but if you're desperate and wealthy, you could look into it, I suppose. If that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here until the gods decide our fate. Oh, I see. Well, that doesn't surprise me. I'm sorry I even suggested it. I won't make that mistake again. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. I think about those words a lot. I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbours as ourselves and do to them as we'd have them do to us, then we'll all be fine. But on the other hand, I was always taught the intent of man's heart is evil from his youth, and that all of us are born with a tendency towards sin. And that's where I get stuck. Is it true? Are we born with a tendency towards sin? You don't think that's a little naive? I suppose you've never seen what I've seen. Innocent men and women, torn apart in arenas while thousands of Romans look on and cheer. If that's true, then sooner or later, things are going to end badly for all of us down here. Unless, of course, there's some kind of divine intervention. I wish I shared your faith. Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were executions. It was horrible. Oh, thank you. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. Ah, that's a shame. Another time then.
Ok. Ensuite là.
I hope you're taking care of yourself.
Ouais, l'arc de l'assassin, mais ça j'avais compris, c'est l'arc de l'assassin qu'il faut que je récupère. Trouver un arc. À toi.
Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it.
No,
Galerius just saved my life. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. If that's your idea of a joke, it's not funny. Go away.
A new face. Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me. That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. What else? Yes. What? Yeah. And did I? Because I... please.
Je lui parlais à lui.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived when you did. Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people. That kind of thing.
Ah, mais lui, je vais lui dire d'aller réparer le temple.
Probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place. I like that. We're going to get on well, friend. You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. But I'd tell you the same thing I tell everyone else. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a few sleepless nights thinking about the golden rule, but once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything, it's not too bad. Nothing new to me, anyway. Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe, far to the north in Novio Magus, and learned to expect a bit of hostility. They weren't nearly as tolerant as the Romans. Some people say it's divine, the work of a god, but I'm not so sure. It just seems so flawed to me. Like it's distinctly human. I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that just seem so wrong to you. But this so-called god doesn't seem to care, which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, or this unknown god doesn't. And I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Do you? Good. Then I hope you'll agree that there are only two ways of dealing with unfair rulers. The first is to leave. The second is to remove the ruler from power. And it seems leaving may not be an option. Good question. It's best if I say no more, but I hope you'll give it some thought. Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male company. Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like men. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagos, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi. Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong. It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists. Strange bunch. They insist there's only one god, and that he considers my nature a sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule. What? Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone so selfless. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused. Come back and let me know what you find.
Donc là, je vais trouver la chrétienne directe. C'est sûr, c'est la chrétienne. En tout cas, elle a quelque chose à voir avec ça, quoi.
Be careful who you... I know what kind of person you
mais
are.
Non, mais...
Leave me alone.
Lovely to see you again. Can I help you with something? Please, there was a... Ah, that's it.
Non, finalement, il n'y a rien. Bon. Maintenant, je vais aller dans la maison de Maléolus. Maintenant qu'il y a les deux esclaves qui sont libérés.
Be careful who you trust.
Keep an eye out for sentinels.
Il y a une porte en bas.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and... Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want? I trust you can see yourself out.
Est-ce que du coup la personne qui pleurait à l'étage, elle pleure plus?
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Nobody's told you about Hannibal? Ugh, why do I have to do everything round here? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me the cisterns are haunted. Said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? Anyway, a few days later, he goes back in. And hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. But in the distance, I can just make out his body, sprawled out on the ground. And hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. No word of a lie. I saw a creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed. And it was eating Hannibal. What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there and put a sign at the door to warn the others. Without a weapon? Well, it's your funeral.
Oh ouais, c'est vrai qu'il me faudrait peut-être une arme quoi. C'est qui Octavia? Un ami anonyme d'Octavia, que le Seigneur vous garde et vous bénisse. Je regrette de ne pas avoir pu prendre le risque de parler de tout ceci avec vous en personne, mais si j'ai raison, alors vous êtes une croyante. Ah oui, c'est la chrétienne. Ah, une croyante comme moi. Vous ne pouvez peut-être pas pratiquer ouvertement votre religion ici, mais sachez que vous n'êtes pas seul. Vous avez un jour besoin d'un endroit où prier, un lieu spécial vous attend au fond des grottes, derrière le théâtre. Tournez à droite au premier embranchement, puis à nouveau au deuxième. Derrière le théâtre, caverne, droite.
Keep an eye out for
Keeping
Cynthia,
an
would
eye
you?
on things, Horatius?
Monsieur, vous êtes chrétien. Pourquoi je suis jamais allé ici? J'ai tourné plein de fois partout. J'ai pas tout visité dans cette petite ville.
beautiful. Ah, you're here. And there's... How dare you? Get away from me, you pig.
The 49 Beladies fetch again, with incessant just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world. So this place accepts all the souls, but it does not notice the crowds that come. The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum. Some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. They never do. There is only a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. Help me? You cannot help me. I have seen things. A pattern, a terrible pattern. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more. The bloodless shadows. This is their punishment. You think you wish to know, but you do not. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more. The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
C'est volé ça ou pas? Non. Ok.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you.
Oh, un poème. Ma vie n'a été que tribulation, tel Hercule avec ses 7 travaux, une vie sans parents, sans victoire et sans liberté. Je la revivrai sans hésiter, car chaque perte, chaque blessure et tragédie m'a conduit vers vous, aussi radieuse que la flamme sacrée de Rome. Votre aura réchauffe mon âme, je sais que je ne puis vous toucher, tout comme la flamme de Vesta. Vous observez, vous aimez de loin, me bénir. Lui, il est sûrement de Cynthia. C'est quelqu'un de haut placé. Possible. Ah oui. Du coup, c'est Rufus. Bah oui, je suis con. Oui, du coup, j'ai plus besoin de faire ça. Convaincre Rufus, bah allez. Hein. Par là-dessus. Hein. Putain, j'ai pas... Ah non, mais la clé que j'ai, c'est la clé du temple, là où il y a d'enfermer l'autre. C'est incroyable. Hello, je déplie. C'est Miwen. Mais ça se passe, hein. Ça se passe, ça avance là. C'est vous qui menacez Virgile.
Yes, so what? What are you going to do about it?
Je vais demander d'arrêter de le menacer.
And why should I? The one true God says that for man to lie with another man is an abomination.
Oui, oui, non mais toi t'es un chrétien.
A threat to us all. Well, I don't know. Maybe God hasn't noticed yet. But when he does, we're going to have a problem.
Une tristesse.
There is only one true God. And he laid waste to Sodom and Gomorrah because of exactly this kind of thing. I don't like where this is going. I have no idea what you're talking about. And unless you want your jaw broken, I think it's best if you don't ever talk to me again. I have nothing to say to you, kaput merde.
Ça n'a pas marché. Ça n'a pas marché. Bon allez, on va vers le temple. Elle vous guidera, bah ouais. C'est pas ça? C'est quoi cette clé que j'ai eue alors? Clé du coffre d'Aurélia. Mais c'est qui Aurélia? Moi je suis perdu moi. Ah non mais c'est pas. Non c'est pas ça. Clé du coffre du sanctuaire d'Apollon. Sanctuaire d'Apollon, c'est quoi le sanctuaire d'Apollon? On n'a pas de carte. C'est en haut peut-être?
I hope you're coping.
Non, c'est pas là. Mais putain! Ça je ferai après les trucs de... Ça, il faut que... J'ai plus d'infos. Naevia? Ah oui, mais Naevia, c'est celle qui est... Ok. Lucretia, tu es où?
Feeling all right? You made it into the palace. I'm impressed. How is Nevia? Oh, I see. Well, what's the treatment? Willowback, I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you. If this works, it should settle Rufius down some. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow.
Ouais, mais je suis pas en très bon terme avec les Furufus sur cette boucle.
Thank you. I'm really glad you arrived.
Après prochaine boucle en soi. Hein.
That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
I have nothing to say to you, Kaput Mada.
Ouais, tant pis, ce sera la prochaine boucle. Comment il pourrait y avoir une autre entrée? Ça pourrait être par une grotte. Donc une entrée...
Help! You have to do something!
Ah merde!
A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon.
J'ai déjà vu ça.
To do something. None of us do. The magistrate made us throw the... You'll just have to improvise. Thank you. I have... What? Why? All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful.
Moi, si je rentre dedans, je suis mort. Si je rentre là-dedans, je suis mort aussi. Et si je rentre là-dedans? Ouh. Chargement en cours. Il y a une porte cachée quand même. Il n'y a pas de statue ici.
Ah, a visitor. Welcome, welcome.
Mais quel est votre nom, monsieur? Qui êtes-vous?
It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here? Then perhaps the fates brought you here to learn the secrets of this place. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule? You have much to learn. It's best if you figure it out on your own. Come back once you've made progress.
What?
Then you should speak with your contemporaries in the city above. Ask them about their stories and see if you detect a pattern of some sort. It is best if you come to this realization for yourself. You would never believe me if I told you.
Ouais.
Ah, you've returned. Ah, you've returned.
C'est juste un truc pour plus tard et il faut que je trouve le dieu et j'ai rien de plus. Je suis déçu, je pensais que ça allait être une entrée vers le temple. Déçu. Putain, ça fait un gros chargement et tout quoi. Oui, parce que du coup c'était lui l'amant de Scintilla.
Shalom. Scintilla and I were in love. And then, 22 days ago,
ouais, après avoir récupéré un pendentif,
she went missing. All right. One night a few months ago, when I was cleaning Malleolus's villa, I heard a young woman singing. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. I wasn't allowed out, so once everyone else was asleep, I climbed up the inside of the villa and onto the roof, just to see where that sound was coming from. And that's when I saw her, standing in the garden of the magistrate's villa. I just sat there on the roof, listening to her with my chin on my knees. And for the first time in a long time, I felt hopeful. And then she looked up and saw me and she smiled. I knew at that moment the fates had brought me to her. And from the moment she asked my name with this warmth and curiosity, I knew I'd have done anything for her. And so for weeks on end, each night I'd climb out of the villa and into her father's garden. We'd hold hands and talk about all the things we'd do once we got out of here. Like having our own vineyard. And then one morning I woke up and everyone was out searching for her. They said she'd vanished in the night. All I could do was keep my head down and try to hide how beside myself I was. All I know is she loved me. And if she had known a way out, she would have told me. She'd never have taken her own life. And there's no way anybody could have killed her under the golden rule. I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive somehow. Even now, it's as if I can hear her voice in my head, crying out to me. That can only mean one thing. Somebody abducted her. I have no idea how, or who would want to do something like that to such a sweet, lovely girl. But what else could have happened? My guess? Malleolus had something to do with it. He is without doubt the most evil man I have ever known. I have no idea where he'd be keeping her, but there is one room in his villa, upstairs, which is always locked. I've never seen the inside of it, and I haven't been able to steal a key without breaking the golden rule. But I have a feeling that if you could get in there somehow, it would shed light on a great many things. Let me know what you discover.
On va voler cette clé.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirkers? If I cop an earful from Malleolus, I'll be coming.
I trust you can see yourself.
J'ai dû rater une clé quelque part. Calme-toi. Ça va, je sors.
Citizen, we're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May we have... Seems rather brash, but all right. Why have you sought me out? Thank you. I'll be waiting here.
Bon, la fleur. Comment faire? Quoi ici? Ah c'est... Oh mais putain mais il y a un passage là.
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always returns. Just as the ocean accepts the rivers, but it... The newly arrived.
Mais non mais la fleur... C'est pas... Hein. C'est vraiment ça qu'il faut faire? Possible.
Don't you just love springtime? I saw you slide down that rope before. Very impressive. And strange, too, since that device you used is exactly the same as one I've been working on for weeks. Oh, of course! It's because I already gave it to you in a previous time loop, isn't it? Anyway, I'm sorry to ask, but is there any chance you'd be willing to do me a favor? Well, I've been trying to get this It's too... Do you think you could use the device again? And try to get that... Look, I'll tell you everything if you get it for me, all right? Oh, thank you. All right.
Bon, c'est à peu près sûr. Je prenne cette tyrolienne et que je sois bon. Je pense que c'est que ça. Hein. Je meurs là, non? Allez. Putain, mais... Allez. Bon, je vais quand même finir par y arriver, non? Là.
Don't you just love springtime? Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind? I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never gonna do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's gonna take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. And that's good enough for me. Because Sentius put him there. Poor Dooley was just wandering around looking for some imaginary treasure. Now a magistrate accused him of being a thief. It's nonsense, of course. Dooley's the most harmless man you'll ever meet. But Sentius really has it in for him, for some reason. Gladly. Brilliant! You did it! Well done! This is going to make her so happy.
Equitia.
I mean, now I just have to figure out how to give it to her. What I really want to do is walk up to her, give her the flower, and confess I've been madly in love with her since the moment we met. But on the other hand, I can't shake the feeling that the consequences could be terrible. You mean, aside from her execution? You see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity, the breaking of which would be an extremely serious affront to the gods and a capital offense. Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get buried alive. Oh, and I'd get flogged to death for good measure. But at the same time, she's just so kind and graceful, and I feel so much love for her that if I don't tell her, it'll burn a hole in my chest. I don't know what to do. What do you think? What would you do?
Ouais, de toute façon, faut voir ce que c'est.
Now that I hear you say that out loud, I hear how crazy it is. I think maybe I need to be a bit more cautious. What I need is a go-between. Someone who can tell her how I feel and find out how she feels without risking her life. What do you say? Do you think you could help me one more time? Wonderful! Now, all I need you to do is give her the flower and tell her it's from a secret admirer. Tell her I'll keep my distance and that I just want her to know that she's loved. Thank you. Come back as quick as you can and tell me what she says.
Equitia, je vois même plus qui c'est en fait. Hein. Ah, c'est elle.
Let me know when you've cleared the way to the baths.
Bon, il va falloir changer de boucle. Je vais essayer de le faire par lui. Mais lui, il me demande toujours un truc que j'ai pas. Hein. On va voir.
Stop right there. I am looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
Salve.
Bon. Je vais me préparer à partir.
Salve.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Pourquoi Sanctus il est pas changé en or quoi? Il y a ça aussi que... Il y a ça aussi que j'ai pas... Son Sanctus il cache quelque chose de grand.
All right then.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. What business is that of yours? Willow bark. And this will work? Oh, thank God. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for. Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you. I've been in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism, these cursed statues always watching, and the crisis of faith. It was too much. Started messing with my head. This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one. No idea what you're talking about? Look, I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints. Then the pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But it's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel like myself again. And I know I said I owe you one.
Allez.
So I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just lashing out. I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti. Just forget this ever happened. Will you?
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. What demon or spirit told you about that? You went snooping in his place? That was risky. We're lucky you didn't cross any lines. Have you spoken to him about it? Really? How did you manage that? Ah, poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out. Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him. Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, at least he has a vision. My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking. Nice to talk to you.
A new face, Ave, and may vest. Oh, how lovely. It just happens to be my favorite, too. Who do I have to thank for this? I see. So, it's from Galerius, then? Of course I do. I think everyone in the city knows. That man is a wonderful human being, and my favorite person in the world.
Oh.
But he is the least subtle secret admirer you could imagine. The way he looks at me with those puppy dog eyes. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort, too. Suspending that rope above the lake, inventing that pulley device all on his own. He'd just stand there each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon the courage to seize it. Oh, my heart. Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36, So, if we ever make it out of here, and he doesn't mind waiting a few years, then tell him I love him too. I hope so.
C'est beau.
It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask? All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course. That's just the way it's always been, I'm afraid. It never sat right with me, either. There are some women who can vote, Vestal priestesses like myself, but in this case, given my role overseeing the election, I've decided to abstain. I can't allow the perception that I'm being anything but fair and independent.
Ouais, c'est avec elle que j'entame l'élection.
To influence the outcome of an election. By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course. I like the idea, but I know Galerius well, and his position has always been that he won't run unless Malleolus withdraws. It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever run if it was absolutely necessary to make sure Sentius wasn't re-elected. So, I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius elected magistrate, you'd need to persuade Malleolus to withdraw somehow. Certainly. Interesting. That's true. What? Yeah, what else? Yeah, and because I've seen her before. What? Please, go and stop him, and come back to me once we're no longer in danger.
Tu vas lui dire à lui qu'il y a un assassin qui arrive?
What is it, citizen? What business is that of yours? A lot of people have been looking for her, but it's been 3 weeks, and we've found nothing. What makes you think you can do better? I suppose that's true. Scintilla was always a kind, well-behaved young woman. I admit, her disappearance really caught me off guard. If anyone knows something, I'd expect it to be Sentia, Malleolus, Claudia, or Domitius. But none of them will tell me anything. You might fare better though, I suppose. Fine. All right.
Oh, another one fresh up. Oh, I wish her rape. I trust.
Malleolus isn't received. Listen, I don't abduct women. They come to me. And they keep coming back, if you know what I mean. He's not here. Dunno. The little cap. Tell him that.
Je sais où il est.
Listen. What?
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored. And now, I make this solemn promise to you.
I'm not supposed to be in here.
Je sais pas pourquoi c'était ouvert, j'ai pas compris.
Talk. What business could you possibly have with me? My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much. I think a better question is, why am I being interrogated by a stranger who just barged into my villa? I have quite enough marriage trouble already, without having to explain to my husband why I'm receiving strange women in private. Preferably the way you came in, by which I mean, please leave. I think it's about to be broken if you don't hurry up and leave. The dainty little thing from next door. Of course not. As much as I despise her father, I would never lay a finger on that poor, sweet child. Finally! This is outrageous.
Du coup, je vais demander à Malleolus.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here. Of course not. But as I always say, if Sentius can't protect his daughter, how can we trust him to protect the city? Look, if you're trying to find her, you may wish to check the cisterns beneath this villa. Domitius says he saw a body there some weeks back. Of course, just to be clear, I take no responsibility for what happens to you down there. I trust you can see yourself out.
Bon, il va falloir regarder ces citernes.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Without a weapon? Well, it's your funeral.
Oh!
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little Sturkus? If I cop an earful from Malleolus, I'll be coming. Couldn't stay away, huh, lovely? Whatever.
Mais il y a un putain de squelette dans ces trucs là. Putain, mais comment? Continuer les quêtes que je sais ce qu'il faut faire.
I saw you slide down that rope before. Very impressive. And straight. There are anyway. What? How did you know I was trying to? You know what? I don't care how you knew. What did she say? Venus, that is the best news I've ever heard in my life. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You have no idea how happy you've made me. I wish there was something I could do to thank you properly, but I don't have much to offer you. All I can do is tell you where there's a secret stash of coins you might be interested in. In the rock tunnel near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, you can see a chest. Unfortunately, one of those golden huntress statues is blocking the path, and I'm not game to move it. If you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon there might be a small fortune waiting for you. I hope that helps in some way. All right.
Je l'ai déjà vu ça. Je l'ai déjà vu ça. Qu'est-ce que je voulais faire de ça? Là, il me reste l'arc à trouver un moyen de neutraliser l'assassin, rentrer dans ce temple. Je fais les quêtes secondaires en espérant que ça débloque des trucs. Les quêtes secondaires, ça ressemble à des quêtes secondaires en tout cas.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there.
That's...
What?
Why do you...
I know, please.
I'm sorry, but I just...
Please, I'll help him. If he goes... Thank you.
You... Well, you don't... If... No. I am out. Wherever you are.
Merde, il faut que je la sauve avant.
I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I'll have to...
Bon, c'est pas grave. Ça, je peux pas y faire grand chose. Ça, je sais pas comment on fait. Ça non plus. Je peux faire les quêtes de politique. Quoi ça? C'est du coup chez eux, il faut l'arme. Pour le faire sortir de prison, il faut que je fasse élire quelqu'un d'autre. Je vais faire une élection sans rien toucher à aucun vote.
Let me know when you've cleared the way
Oh,
to the
merde.
baths.
Bon, du coup je peux pas.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
You again. I trust you.
Bon, bah, on va retenter. Hein.
Isn't the keeping an eye on things?
Help! You have to... You... Thank you. What?
Stop right there. Thank you for your service to the Empire.
Putain, mais je suis con, bien sûr.
For now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
Alors, est-ce que bon, est-ce que là, ça considère que je l'ai tué? Dans tous les cas, je vais pouvoir prendre l'arc avant de m'enfuir, mais bon. Je suis un peu un meurtrier, donc peut-être que c'est un crime ce que je suis en train de faire.
Curse you, cultist.
Sur ordre de l'empereur Néron, tous les loyaux fils de Rome sont sommés de pourchasser et d'exécuter le pyromane et assassin Tiberius Quintius Crispus, un citoyen originaire du quartier de l'Aventin à Rome. Il a entre 40 et 50 ans, il est de taille de corpulence moyenne, il a des cheveux bruns et des couleurs différentes. Il n'a pas de barbe, il fréquente des membres de sectes et atteint de folie des grandeurs. Ça pourrait le faire se retirer de... Enfin, déjà, elle.
I take it you've cleared the way to the baths?
Tout à fait.
Follow me, but don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Ok. Pendant que tu pars là-bas, parler à Malleolus.
Still here? You again. What is it now?
Ouh. Ben alors.
My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else. You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more. Well, I am not suffering from any... Unlikely, because it... You fool.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Pourquoi? C'est pas... Ah! Dépêche-toi, dépêche-toi, dépêche-toi. Bon, au début, faut que je lui dise d'aller sauver l'autre. Hein.
Salve, friend. Oh. Yulia.
Je peux tout lui donner là.
I'll go.
Allez, fais-moi tout ça, mon brave. Je vais aller le sauver lui et lui dire ce que j'ai à lui dire. Mais j'ai pas les sous. Oh bon.
Salve, welcome. That's good. If you're not well, we've all... I used to let... I still... Hit... If you like. Alright.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Oh, P.S., what are you doing?
That...
What?
I'm...
Thank...
You... Well, you... If... Oh, No, I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
J'ai revolé des sous. Bon, tant pis. Tant pis pour ça. C'est pas très grave. Non, je vais choper l'arme.
You there? I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine
vrai
bow
qu'il a
you're
le bien
carrying.
l'arc.
No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban, but I'm impressed. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts. Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues? And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly 1 or 2 of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be stopped. And yet, on the other hand, I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, the goose that laid the golden egg. With the ability to transmute organic matter into gold, one could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking riches beyond imagining. And even if we were to split all those riches between the 2 of us, half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested? Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Are you interested or not? Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan, but first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana? No problem. Allow me to explain. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you-know-what. Oh, gods no! If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, you must have questions. Ask away. When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind, do you think he was worried about the danger? Only because he was silly enough to get caught. I'm more of an ideas man, whereas you're obviously the more resourceful and heroic type. I have complete confidence in you. Because the gods would see you, of course, hence my proposal. So, are you in, partner? Wonderful. Now, if you'll hand over your bow, I can get started applying a layer of gold leaf. This is a quality weapon. Now, bear with me for a moment. And here we are, a gold leaf bow. Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe ici? Ça va mal se passer.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you. And yet you did. And now, here we are. With me out here and you in there. Until you give me my bow. No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole. You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognise my own handiwork. I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out how many it takes to kill a woman, shall we?
Les algues. Ah.
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me, a rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bath.
Et là, on est peut-être au temple. J'aime pas. J'aime pas du tout ce qui est en train de se passer. Ah, j'aime pas ça. J'aime pas ça, j'aime pas ça.
You're not supposed to be here.
Ah, il va y en avoir un qui va me sauter dessus, c'est sûr. Je peux pas passer ici. Les bleus. Putain.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth.
Ma chère Galatée, après avoir appris la terrible vérité au sujet des statues dorées, j'ai erré dans la cité comme en plein cauchemar. Quelle doit être la vie de ces pauvres âmes inhumées dans ces sarcophages d'or, mais malgré tout maintenus en vie? Les milliards dans leur propre tartare, condamnés à un tourment éternel trop atroce pour être seulement envisageable par un esprit saint. J'essayais de leur offrir un maigre réconfort. Je discutais avec elles pour leur tenir compagnie. Leur inventer des histoires, leur donner des noms, leur parler du monde, leur raconter des histoires et des contes appris pendant mon enfance. Tandis que ma charité inquiétait de plus en plus les autres, je recherchais la solitude, préférant la compagnie de mes pensées tourmentées. Après avoir découvert un accès du palais abandonné, je passais mes journées à arpenter les salles et à partager des contes anciens avec ses occupants, alors que mes pensées se tournaient vers Apollon et Daphné, Persée et Méduse, ou encore Pygmalion et Galatée. Pygmalion, le sculpteur qui tomba amoureux d'une magnifique statue, pria Aphrodite et découvrit que sa bien-aimée Galatée s'était animée. Dès lors que je vous entendis me murmurer Galatée, pardonnez-moi, je sais que ce n'est pas votre véritable nom, mais je l'ai simplement tiré d'une histoire, mais lorsque je me tournai pour vous regarder, je vis la flamme la plus ravissante que j'eus jamais connue, cette lancinante à jamais figée sur votre visage. Galatée donc. Cette rencontre me fournit une nouvelle raison d'être. Vous libérer de votre prison dorée pour que je puisse un jour vous entendre prononcer votre véritable nom et pas seulement le chuchoter. Je rassemblais donc des outils pour la tâche ardue qui m'attendait. Je barrai les portes de cet endroit et je me mis au travail. 10 flèches. Ok. C'est affreux. Putain, il y en a encore, mais j'ai plus que 5 flèches. Non? Pas un petit coffre? Coffre. Plus une arrivée du tout, hein. Pourquoi je les entends pas, non? Mais je vais jamais avoir assez de flèches. Hein. Putain. Et vas-y qu'il m'en bouffe 2 en plus.
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that.
No.
And you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve. Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace, for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you? What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing.
Oh.
You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it? Liar! You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too. What? What are you talking about? Wait. So you're saying You weren't coming for us. So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air. Coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut. It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry. What? How? Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll give you the key to my old medical chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I imagine it would help Lucretia ease the suffering of those still in the city. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood? You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our bargain. Here's the key I promised you. It opens a chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I believe there are a few things in there which may be useful to Lucretia. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there. Go, and never return.
Hey, You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Well, it's your funeral.
Ma dernière flèche.
You? Who are you? Did he send you? Thank Juno you're here. You have to help me escape before that monster comes back. I'm Centilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key. Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either. I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out. Help me, and we can escape together. There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say? There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? He's here. Quick, you have to let me go. It's now or never.
Je peux pas.
What? No, you can't just leave me here. How can you be so heartless? I hate you. I spit on you. I hope Dis drags you to Tartarus.
Ok.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Bon, il faut d'abord que je reset la boucle.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them? Oh, come on. I just did as you asked. The least you can do is level with me. I'll keep it between us. I promise. You're toying. You're a bit like Sisyphus. Sisyphus, he was forcing him to... Tantalus... Oh, anyway, so... Anytime, friend. Now, I'm going... Oh, and if our conversation...
The 49 melodies fetch again with
Je
incessant
sais qu'il y avait
labor.
des flèches déjà.
They have lost.
Je sais plus. Je pense que j'ai à peu près tout. Ça c'est des deux deniers. Ah, mais d'ailleurs je suis toujours dans la même boucle où l'autre il m'avait enfermé. Je vais le démonter un petit peu. Mais il est où?
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Interesting. Yes. What else? Yeah, what? That. And did I... Because I... But don't follow...
Ça crappe pas. On va dire que non. Hein.
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it. your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Charon. It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can. That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Partie, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again. Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river, but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient... In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we... Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate.
So it seems you have two options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide. It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way, and even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that. All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril. Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Ugh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules. Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again. It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque. Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know of who might want to do that. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. Theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, so finding them won't be easy. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque. I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the forum. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, will be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room. I'm afraid you're on your own with that one, but perhaps finding the other 3 will illuminate the way. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage. If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed
Putain,
by
je
her
pensais que j'étais
captors?
presque au bout du jeu, mais je pense que je vais arrêter là. Je vais
There is
arrêter pour la
also
soirée.
the
Hein.
possibility of a spirit guide. I don't
Parce que
suppose
là,
you've
elle a
come
relancé
across
le
one of those in
jeu.
your travels. Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say? Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out? Truly? Then why are you still here? Ah, I see. Then it seems you have made a great sacrifice for all of us, friend. I admire your compassion. Truly, thank you. But unfortunately, I'm afraid your only other option will be to confront you-know-who. All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone. In any case, time is of the essence, so you'd best begin. May Fortuna guide you, although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
Je vais aller voir le gars là-bas. Là. Donc je sais que c'est Pluton.
Ah, a visitor. Welcome. Well, it's a sincere. Tell. Ah, yes, that cursed thing. I know exactly where it is. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I've been the one. Let us find out with this simple question. Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute.
Very few come to that. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic? Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the golden rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult. Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the golden rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree? So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing? Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet? After hundreds of years, and as many great thinkers dedicating their lives to these questions, what hope do we have if our best and brightest haven't been able to answer them? My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all. I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions. You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? It's a long story. I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night I found myself in a tavern, in an argument with a drunk mercenary. It became heated, he drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny. They are one and the same. The Romans call him Pluto, but long before that, my people called him Hades. My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive. I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years. Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation, so I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. But, like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner. As you wish. Ha! If I did, would I be living like this? Did we not discuss it at length already? Oh, I see. You're toying with me. Ha! You seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription. It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you, if Kabash had not already taken it. I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans. However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription. We had no idea until years later, when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail. There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate. I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret, yes?
Très bien. Donc il va falloir aller dans des catacombes. Super. Super.
Are they again? Certainly. May Fortuna go.
Ave, we're finally alone. I assume you already know. We have? I must... Is that about... Seems rather brag. Me? What are you talking about? You know, you remind me of him. Al Worth. The fellow who came through the portal before you. Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I mean, you've lived through the day, what, 7 times? Most impressive. And yet everything you've done has been in vain, because there's no escape, except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Best to take your own life now. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? And why would I agree to that? You might want to think that through. If anyone so much as touches me, everyone dies. The only way you're getting this key is over my dead body. And if I die, I won't be able to open the portal for you again, meaning you'll have created a paradox. You see, it was my actions that brought you to this point in time, so if you kill me, you'll stop me from doing so, and you being here will be an impossibility. That means if I die, you'll be flung back to your original time, having caused the deaths of everyone here, and you'll never be able to undo it. Is that what you want? I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever until you wither and die like Al did, and the gods send yet another useful idiot to extend my life for me. What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? They don't care about you, and neither do I. Now, get out of my villa. I'm bored with you. I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban.
Bon allez, je vais stopper là. Je reprendrai demain tranquillement. Bonne nuit s'il restait quelqu'un. Et c'est ciao.